the stream up right now?
It should be, yeah. I don't know why it's not.
I got a picture.
Yeah, man.
I watch your videos. I'm telling you.
Cody, it's so nice to meet you, man. Good to meet you guys, yeah.
What's the channel name?
It's delay in block.
Oh, Delay and Block. Okay. Is that you?
Mm-hmm.
Okay.
He's got more subs than me. You don't know him? Yeah,
No,
of course, guys.
well,
Can I get you guys?
I know the channel name, I just don't know the person.
I'm
I thought I'd
great.
have the same thing.
Corey.
Nice to meet you, Corey.
Some friends, guys. Appreciate you.
Thank you.
Okay, all right, that's good.
Okay, you just sent it.
Audio is rolling, just so y'all know.
Mark, get up there and see.
I can't remember which one is HDMI 1 or HDMI 2. Okay, Dylan. Man, I should have brought some headphones up here.
I got some over at the yard office if you want them.
That would be phenomenal. Like one with the traditional line in.
Yeah, a quarter inch or well,
Yeah.
I only have the 1/8 inch, but yeah.
That would be great.
And they block 30 dB, so yeah. Is it locked or anything?
Hey, Chad. I heard my name. It's doing the countdown right now. But it's live, yeah. Right. Also not. Hey, Chad. Are you guys gonna move? media trailer here. All you got to do is fill out your first and last name and your email address. Drop your name into the bucket there for a chance to be our gift code winner. We're also going to be giving away another $100 gift code online for live stream viewers. So we're going to do one in person and one for an online viewer. So for an opportunity to possibly win a $100 gift code for a Scale Trains shopping spree, head right on over here and sign up. We're about to begin the whistle blow, so we're excited. Thanks again for coming today, everybody.
Hey, I'm gonna start off down here. Here you go. That is what it is.
You're going to come up here? And
Not this round. I'm gonna waiting Clay's gonna blow, and then I'll come up here as soon as I can.
are you going to announce the whistles?
Yeah. Well, yeah. Let me have that. I'm sorry.
Hey, pen. All right, let me know when to go live, Chad. Derek, after this first round, when they're swapping out whistles, you should come up here and talk about your business. Okay. Let me know when you're ready, Chad.
Hey, hand me that hot mic.
Ooh, wedding singer.
All right, everybody, we're completing the final touches here to start the whistle blow. Once again, thanks to everybody for coming out. Hope everybody has earplugs. I want to thank the sponsors of today's event. The Railroadiana Collectors Association and Scale Trains are our presenting sponsors that make this happen. We also have Railroad Auctions. Derek Thomas is here with us today with some whistles he has on. I want to thank our friends at Country Boy Brewing, Bo and Brenda Brown, and my family, Randy and Waylon Clegg. So, once we get the manifold flush out here. And I know you all will forget this, so we'll try to remind you as we go. On number 1, we have an Illinois Central 3 chime. These were used on locomotives made in Paducah, Kentucky. Number 2, we have an L&N whistle was made by Rizzoli Locomotive Works. Number 3, we have a Crosby 6-inch 3 chime. Number 4, we have a big 8-inch Crosby off a steamship. It'll shake. You all be ready for that one. On number 5, we have a 6-inch Crosby 3 chime. On number 6, we have a B&O 3 chime, once owned by Artie Barkley of Cass fame, now owned by the Holden family. On number 7, we've got a Great Northern 5 chime whistle. On number 8, we have a 3.5-inch PAL. And on number 9, we have the traditional start to the whistle blow, which was a sound heard many, many days in Ravenna, Kentucky up until 1956. That is our L&N 3-chime passenger whistle. So this year is my son Waylon Clay's first time attending, so he is going to kick things off with us with the L&N 3-chime, and then we'll get going. For those of you on the manifold that are going to blow whistles, we need to make sure we blow them one at a time. We cannot blow multiple whistles at the same time, so our crew can keep up with the steam in the cab. So with that, we'll get things going.
right, everyone, so I believe that concludes round one of the whistle blow here in Ravenna, Kentucky. I'm going to be joined shortly by my co-host, Chad Harpole. Great day to be here in Ravenna, Kentucky. I'm your host, Drayton Blackrobe. Welcome to the Leighton Block Productions. This is the 4th annual Kentucky Steam Whistle Blow, and it's grown and grown over the years. You may have heard me say that earlier. And this year we have collectors from all over the United States, much like last year, but even more so this year. We've got some really rare whistles that are here today. And are you joining me, Bo? I'm joining you. All right, I've got my first guest here with me today, Bo Brown, and I will introduce you here in just a second. Oh, you go right ahead. Mr. Harpole didn't give me a list of everybody that he was going to have come up here today, and I'm running this whole thing solo.
Hey, you're doing a great job.
Really quick, I wanted to give everybody a rundown of the whistles that were in the first round. So the number 1 whistle was the Illinois Central three chime, excuse me. And then number 2 was a Rizzoli L&N 3 chime. Number 3 was a Crosby 3 chime, 6-inch. Number 4 was an 8-inch Crosby. Number 6 was a 6-inch Crosby. Number 5 was a 6-inch Crosby. Number 6 was a B&O 3 chime. Number 7 was a Great Northern 5 chime. Number 8 was a 3.5-inch Powell, I believe. Chad writes like a doctor, so it's hard to read his handwriting. And then on number 9, we had an L&N 3 chime. So they're taking the whistles off the manifold right now, and I'm trying to move my microphone around because these things kind of get big and in your face. So, all right, so that's our first round of whistles, and I'm joined here by my good friend, Bo Brown. Bo, we got your name popped up here on the screen now.
Okay.
So tell me a little bit about who you are and who you represent here today.
Okay. I'm Bo Brown. I'm from Greenville, South Carolina. I am representing the Railroadiana Collectors Association Incorporated, co-sponsor today with Scale Crane for this event. We sponsored it last year. Glad to see Scale Crane come on with us this year. Yep. I mean, last year was a great time. This year, it's even bigger this year. We have more whistles this year than we did last year. I think we're right at 75 whistles now. Holy cow. And again, I'm with RCAI. That's short for, that's our initials. But we are a group of individuals around the country and nationally, and international actually, who collect railroad memorabilia. We collect bells, whistles, lanterns, dining car china and silver, anything that you can imagine that was on the actual railroad, we collect. Paper, uniforms, and quarterly we do a magazine called The Express, and we talk about railroad items. We give the history.
This way. A little further, about maybe just a little bit more like that. Can't see number 10. Sorry, folks. We're readjusting the manifold.
Work in progress.
See it a little bit better. Yeah, it's always a challenge when you're doing a live production like this. So I think that's good, guys. You won't really be able to see number 10, but that's all right. We'll do our best to announce that one. So anyway, Railroadiana Collectors Association Incorporated. Like I said, we're short RCAI. It's easier to say. And how did the organization kind of come together? Oh, I've got my...
Are you sure that's what you want? Everybody's going to be in between you and this.
That's okay. We're high enough. That's pretty darn good. Thanks, Jerry. So, railroad items that are rare, hard to find, historic items. What would you say is probably one of the coolest pieces that you've seen over the years in this hobby? You've heard.
Some of these whistles today, actually, today there are whistles here. It's a broad spectrum from coast to coast of whistles. I think every major railroad and a lot of minor railroads are represented Considering last steam engines ran late 50s, early 60s, so none of these are new.
Yeah.
There's a lot of history here, so I would play some of these whistles. I'm partial to some hardware. I love railroad drum heads, the tail end lights that were on the trains. Saw one at Gaithersburg last year that was from the Wabash. It was probably the nicest one I've ever seen. So I mean, it's hard to pick one thing. I like it all.
We've got some folks that saying the audio is kind of quiet. Hold on just 1 second, everybody. Let's try that again. Oh, this microphone isn't even on. Hello, hello.
I want to remind everybody we have speeder rides available for $1. Speeder rides to the Y. It's awful fun. They're up and running, so head back towards, well, you buy your tickets here at the Blue Jet and head back towards the shop.
Hey, Chad, could you get a hold of Joe? This microphone is not on at all. Well, I gotta have this one.
Joe is running up and down.
Here, let me grab that.
Hey, Joe Nugent to the media trailer.
Joe's driving speakers. Joe's driving speakers.
Well, see if you can get the cheat sheet there next to it. All right, testing, 1, 2, 3. Testing. I'm not picking it up at all here. Testing, 1, 2, 3. That's up a little bit more. Testing, 1, 2, 3. A little bit more. Let's see. All right, sorry everybody for the technical difficulties. We're a 1.5-man show this year.
You're not broadcasting.
Okay, I can kind of hear it. How's the audio, everybody? Does that sound okay? Does it sound good to you, Chad? It's just so hard to tell.
Yeah, I'm down here.
Okay, what about Bo? Bo, tell everybody where you're from.
Greenville, South Carolina. Can't hear me.
Nope, you're not broadcasting.
All right, 1 second here. Man, now I got no audio at all. All right, testing, 1, 2, 3. I should have gotten you. You're the sound guy.
It's all right.
Okay, audio's back on that one. Okay, that's better. I think we're good.
Yeah.
Put those headphones on and see what it sounds like.
It's like, yeah, of course. The one
How are we sounding, Derek?
been on 491.
Yes. My favorite.
How are we sounding? Are we sounding okay?
It's really loud, but it could be my phone's up. But it sounds like you're getting a little more from the field mic.
Yeah, that's better.
I'm going to turn the field mic down just a touch and see how it goes.
I think that's good. How are we sounding, Derek? Do we sound pretty good and loud and clear to you?
Yeah, I think we're okay. There you go. I turned you down a hair too. Just let us know how that sounds.
Okay. I think that sounds pretty good.
Okay. We'll adjust if we need to.
Okay. I think we're good. Let's try this. Now I'm plugged into the YOLO box. Bo, tell me about the weather today.
Oh, the weather's hot. It is a nice day today here. Last year it was cold. This year it's hot. So we're enjoying it though. Got a little breeze. So.
All right, I think our audio's good. You can probably set your mic about like right here.
Okay. Okay.
And then let's see what we...
All right, line in. Okay. Whoa.
That's way loud. Let me turn this down. Alright, everybody, how are you sounding? Sounding good? That's really quiet. That's better. That's better. Okay. That's my line in. Let's hear how that sounds. Okay, that's better. That's better. Line in. Okay. I think we're good. I think this sounds good. Okay. Yep, we're good. Okay.
Alright.
Sorry for the technical difficulties, everybody. Like I said, it's kind of a one-man show this year, so we're doing the best that we can with all of this equipment. So, anyway, we were talking earlier, Bo's from the Railroadiana Collectors Association, and they basically specialize in rare railroad collectible items, from whistles to bells, number plates, all kinds of things like that. Bo, how important do you think it is to be able to preserve historic railroad items like this, and not just that, but to be able to use them in the way they were intended for?
The preservation of it is most important, I believe, in my opinion. Railroads built this country. They still have a high presence, but not as they did as the country was growing. And being able to preserve these is just paramount to me. But then being able to blow them also, holy cow. I mean, it doesn't get any better than that.
Well, and I know for a lot of these guys, their whistles are on display somewhere in their house,
Yes.
in their collection room, but they can't actually hear the whistles for themselves. It's another option. Someone who works for a model railroad company, being able to record these whistles is really important for model trains. From an N&WJ whistle to a Soldier PS4 whistle. These are whistles you don't normally get to hear out in the wild. So, and I don't think there's any operating L&N steam locomotive current. So, if you want to hear an L&N steam whistle, this is about the only place that you can do it.
That's right. And I know for myself, I have all these whistles. I record them, and I get to go back home. And my friends all know I have these whistles. They've never heard them. So by being able to blow them on steam, on real steam, not air. We can all blow them on air at home. But being able to blow them on steam here, and then you can take that home and say, well, guys, you see that whistle right there? This is how it sounds.
Yeah. Well, and you've got that coal smoke in the air, too. And the thing I just wanted to say about Ravenna is, the railroad built this town. Irvine was here before, but Ravenna proper, which you can't see, it's just off to my left. It was built by the L&N Railroad to house the workers, and this was a major terminal at one point. And steam locomotives haven't run through this area since the late 50s. I want to say it's 57 or 58. One of you guys in the comments can correct me on that. But so to hear the voice of these steam locomotives again, something like 70 years later, that is a pretty cool thing.
I believe it was the first year we did this, there were neighbors that after the fact came up and are called and told the guys it was Kentucky Steam and said, this is sounds we heard 50 years ago, 60 years ago. We thought the steam trains were coming back through.
Yeah,
so,
that's really cool.
It lit up the community. So it's
Looks like round 2 is about to begin.
I'm not blowing any, man. If I sit here with you,
I don't care. You're more than welcome.
I have one that did that, and the handle was too long. It wouldn't
Testing.
All right, everyone, round 2 is about to begin. I wanted to give a quick shout out to our sponsors here today. We've got the Railroadiana Collectors Association and also Scale Trains as one of our key sponsors. We're going to announce the second round of whistles here in just a moment. One quick thing I wanted to say, Scale Trains is going to be doing a giveaway. So if you're an HO, N, or F scale model railroader, or if you're new to the hobby, check out this table that we have on the other side of this media trailer here. Fill out your name and your email address for a chance to be entered in to win a $100 gift code shopping spree at scaletrains.com. We're going to announce the whistles here. So on number 1, we have a Grand Trunk 6 chime. On number 2, we have a Cotton Belt 3 chime. On number 3, we have a Southern Railway Roundup bootleg whistle. And then on number 3, we've got a Western Maryland 3 chime. We've got a number 5, a Southern bootleg hooter whistle. Then we got a 6-inch Crosby on number 6. We have a Dennis Garrett Union Pacific 5 chime on number 7. On number 8, we have a 4-inch Crosby. And on number 9, we have a Norfolk and Western experimental whistle. So round 2 is just about to begin.
One of those experimentals sold for $10,000 at an auction a couple of years ago. Number 9, when you hear that one, think about it, went over 10 grand.
Wow, 10 grand on manifold number 9. That is absolutely incredible. All right, we're just about to begin round number 2. Hope the audio's doing okay, everybody. We've got all kinds of stuff going on here today, so thanks for being patient with us.
line 5 this way, but it sanitates that way.
Alright, Bo, how do we sound? Sound okay? How does this sound? Testing, testing. Testing, testing. Okay, that's much better. Testing, testing.
Tell my buddy Jerry hi. Give him a high five. I will. How are you, buddy? All good things. Hey, Derek, my wife, Brenda.
Testing. 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 Bo, say something.
Drayton, I'm gonna tell you, you mentioned it a minute ago. I don't know if there's anything better. We're sitting at a former CSX shop, current Kentucky Steam shop.
Yep.
Coal smoke, coal cinders in the air, blowing whistles that are a minimum probably of 75 years old. If you are a railroad enthusiast, a fan, whatever, it does not get better than this. This is absolutely fantastic.
I agree. Hold on just 1 second. We're still
Fine.
making sure our audio is okay. How are we sounding, everybody? Is that still crazy loud? Wade, I wish you were here. Alright, how about now? Still kind of loud. I'm going to bring it down just a little bit more. Alright, I think we're good now.
Good
I'm gonna
deal.
scoot this mic a little bit. Back. Okay.
Nope, still over there. We haven't finished taking stuff off.
Bo's going to do just one more segment.
Okay, and then I'll be on the next one.
Sounds good.
I'll go grab a water.
Sounds good. Okay, Bo, we are back on camera now.
All right. Good
Hope
deal.
it's not too crazy loud, everybody. All right, here we go. I'm sorry. I apologize for all the audio issues. Like I said earlier, if you're just now joining the stream, we were supposed to have a 3-man live stream crew here today. It's just me live streaming, so I'm the audio, video,
You're everything.
host, all in one. And
Doing a great job, though.
well,
Doing
thanks,
a great
Bo.
job.
It's hard to hear where all the audio is
Oh, I
coming
bet.
from because we got 3 cameras and a lot of whistle noise going on in the
Oh, yeah.
background. So for those of you who are just joining us, we're live from Ravenna, Kentucky. We are at the former L&N/CSX railroad yard. This yard was a massive yard. I believe there was 30 tracks at one
Yes.
point.
It's huge.
This line is 120 miles long. It runs from Winchester, Kentucky to Hazard, Kentucky. CSX has not ran a coal train on this line since October of 2016. Around that time, Kentucky Steam Heritage Corporation were looking for a home to restore historic Chesapeake and Ohio steam locomotive 2716. And they heard about the Ravenna Railroad Yard. This building that you'll see periodically on camera, I'll switch over. You can kind of see it in the background of this shot. This was the CSX Ravenna car repair shop, and it was built in the early 90s. I want to say like around 93, 94, something like that. They used it until 2002, basically, 8 years, and then ripped up the tracks, closed the doors, and walked away from it. And right around that time, all but 4 yard tracks were removed. So there was like 30 tracks. They ripped up 26, and now we have 4 yard tracks left. So Kentucky Steam began conversations with CSX to acquire a large portion of this railroad yard, including the shop facility and the yard office. And it took a long time, about 1.5 years, but they were finally able to come to an agreement in the summer of 2018. And Kentucky Steam owns over half of the railroad yard here in Ravenna, and it's really cool because it's not just a restoration facility.
Right.
It's also a place where you can see a live concert. There's going to be caboose camping at some point. There's going to be train rides. And the sky is the limit. The railroad isn't currently being used here. So you never know. Maybe Kentucky Steam one day could expand and maybe acquire the railroad. But the main focus
is right here in Ravenna. A lot of folks in this town had family that, you know, worked for the railroad, you know, or knew someone who worked for the railroad. As we mentioned in our last segment, Bo, the L&N Railroad essentially built the town of Ravenna. All the buildings, very similar to some of the other L&N towns, like Etowah, Tennessee, for example.
Right.
I live not too far from there. That was a railroad town, and it's kind of interesting because the town is all on that side of the track. They didn't put anything over here because, well, they wanted people to be able to get to work without being stopped by a train. So there's so much history here, Bo, and I wanted to ask you, how did you get involved, you know, with the relationship here with Kentucky Steam?
Okay, through Railroadiana Collectors Association. I met Chad Harpole in 2018. He, at the time, was vice president of the association. They needed a treasurer. They were desperate. They called me, and they'll trust me. If they got me to be treasurer the way I spend money, they were desperate.
So in other words, Dave Ramsey wouldn't like you.
No, Dave Ramsey would not like me. But so that's how we met, and from that point in time, a tremendous friendship has resulted. I have since become involved, you know, here with the whistleblower and other things. It's just a great organization. We were talking the other day. The first time I came up here, it was a mess. I mean, it truly was, and they had done tons of work, and it was still a mess. It is so amazing what the volunteers have done at this facility. It just tremendous job.
Yeah, and I remember back in 2016 when we first looked at this property, there were trees growing up right in front of the shop here.
Right.
This track wasn't here.
Nope.
There was really nothing here but trees.
That's it.
And gravel and 4 railroad
And there wasn't
tracks.
a lot of gravel.
No, there really
There
wasn't.
really wasn't. I think when they closed the yard, I think they took the gravel with them.
Yeah, they probably used the ballast somewhere else.
This was a hole over here.
Yeah.
To our left.
Yeah.
And so, and then the new stage, the pavilion here. Oh, it's fabulous what they've done. You have to love it. You have to love the dedication that these guys have put forth to bring this back.
I wanted to ask you too about, you know, your story. How did you get involved in Railroadiana collecting? Did you realize that there was a whole community out there of railroad nerds like us, or was it something that someone introduced you to? How did you get here?
This is a family thing. My grandfather worked for Southern Railway at Hang Car Shop in Spartanburg, South Carolina. He went to work there in 1926, retired in 1974.
Wow.
As a child, I would go to the car shop with him and play on the trains. Of course, you know, at that time steam was gone, but I do remember early diesels that they would had there from time to time. But it was, again, being a car shop, they were always repairing business cars, passenger cars. So I got to play on that. And when I was 12 years old, my grandfather gave me a Southern Railway lantern, a Southern Railway long neck oiler from the steam era, and a silver thermos out of a business car.
Nice.
And that started it. So at 12 years old, I started collecting. I'm 65 now, so I've been collecting most of my life. It's the one thing, I guess, that I've never tired of.
So
I love it.
That's really cool background story, you know, and so much history there in Spartanburg.
It is.
You know, you had multiple railroad lines coming in, and Hayne Yard was really a busy place for many years.
It was.
So that's really cool about your grandfather. Now I wanted to ask you, you know, for someone like myself, I'm in my 20s, I have an interest in Railroadiana, but I don't really know where to start. Where's a good place for those who are interested in collecting? What can they get into without having to, say, take out a second mortgage or something?
There's a lot of entry-level things. I mean, my wife, for instance, collects railroad buttons. Buttons that were used on conductors, trainmen, flagmen, on their uniforms on passenger service. Most all railroads had these buttons, and, you know, it's specific to the railroad. That's what she started collecting. Entry-level china, stuff from, you know, the Union Pacific and things like that. Nice china, eat off of it at home. It's railroad heritage, and you won't break the bank. You know, there's a lot of different things. Like pencil collectors. That's the one. One time I got crazy and saw this thing on eBay, and I bought like 500 pencils from the railroad.
Holy cow!
Yeah. And it was, most of it was like 500 different railroads. I mean, It's hard to imagine there were that many railroads.
Yeah.
In the United States, but at one time there were.
And they all had their own kind of signature dishes,
They did.
silverware. Even their own menu. We talk a lot about, Santa Fe French toast. That was, and you can buy now railroad cookbooks that have these recipes in them. So, as far as RCAI goes, what are some of the other events that you guys have throughout the year?
We do webcasts on Zoom or Zoomcast, whatever, about 6 times a year. We just finished one week before last. Had to get my days right. Hurricanes kind of got me thrown off.
That's okay.
But 2 weeks ago on a Tuesday night, so we had George Ty and Mike Jock and another gentleman, I can't remember his name, but they did a Zoom presentation on Big Boy and Challenger builder's plates.
Oh, wow.
And number boards. And they showed what to look for when you're wanting to collect one of these. I know these are expensive pieces.
Yeah.
But they showed what you were looking for to make sure it was real. And I think that's where RCAI comes in. We're trying to put forth information that if you are a young collector, a seasoned collector, whatever, wherever you stand in the collecting market, that you can get information on what is real, what is fake, so that you do not waste your money.
Yeah, and that's really important too. I think it's great that you guys take steps like that to protect your members. Now, how can someone join RCAI?
You can join by going to www.railroadcollectors.org. Go to it, on the website, it has a tab that says join. From there you can join. You can use any credit card, put your information in, it's all secure. Put your money in there and join.
Now, what kind of costs are we looking at for membership?
All right, currently for this year we're gonna have a little dues increase next year because of all the prices are going up. But right now it's $42 a year, or if you want to join for 3 years, it's $120.
Got it.
So, but I mean, 120 is the way to go in my opinion. 3 years, enjoy it. You get 4 magazines a year. Our magazines are full color. It's a full color product. And again, in the community, there are experts in everything, anything to do with the railroad. There's experts in this group that can help you and are willing to help you find out if something's real, fake, value-wise, if it's worth it, if it's not worth it. And it's a great organization. I've been a member, been involved with it since 1998, I believe.
Wow.
Started in 1971. A group of collectors started in 1971, and I go back. I love to look at the early magazines. And if you are a member of RCAI, you can go on our website, and there are PDF copies of every magazine ever published by RCAI, starting in 1971 to current. And man, to go back and look at the stuff these guys had, they had some great stuff.
Oh yeah, well, and I think it's important to say too that when you join RCAI, you're not just joining a group of collectors, you're not just subscribing to a magazine, you're joining a community.
Yes.
And you guys get together, several times a year. You get to hang out and celebrate this joy that we have, this hobby that we love so much, and being able to do events like this. Collectors from all over the United States, all over North America, really.
Right.
So it's a diverse group of people, and it's a great way to learn, like you were saying earlier. And I just think that what you guys are doing here with Whistleblow, it's so important. Because like I said, I think these items, especially these whistles, are meant to be heard.
Oh, absolutely. We look at them all year long. They sit in our living rooms and our dens or wherever. We have them proudly displayed, but they just sit there.
Yep.
Today, they come alive.
Yep.
They
Absolutely.
come alive today. I love it.
Well, I'm going to make a quick announcement
You go
over
ahead.
here on the PA. Hey, everybody. We're about to begin round 3. I just wanted to give a quick shout out to our sponsors today, the Railroad Collectors Association, the Railroadiana Collectors Association. I'm up here with Bo Brown, who's representing the organization today, and this event would not be possible without RCAI and its members. I'd also like to give a shout out to Derek Thomas there with Rail and Road Auctions. Later on, they're going to be auctioning off whistles. Is that correct, Derek? The auction is on the 18th, and we're gonna be able to preview some of these whistles in the live stream. Derek's going to join the live stream in an upcoming segment. We also have Heiss, who's here from YouTube. You probably have seen a lot of his steam videos there on YouTube. I know I've learned a lot about steam locomotives from him, so it's great to have him here. He'll be joining the live stream later on. And last but not least, I'd like to recognize my employer, Scale Trains. We are a manufacturer of HO, N, and S-scale locomotives. Behind the media trailer here, we have a setup. You can actually take a look at our first HO scale steam locomotive and passenger cars. It's the Norfolk and Western J-Class. The 611 is on display, along with the streamlined passenger car set. If you are interested in winning, potentially winning a $100 gift code, all you got to do is enter your name and your email address and drop it in the bucket. You'll get signed up for the Scale Trains weekly newsletter. We post updates on models that are coming in and new announcements. So you'll be the first to know about those things, but also enter for a chance to win a $100 shopping spree. We're also going to be doing a giveaway during the live stream as well. An online winner is going to be eligible for a $100 shopping spree. I just got the next round of whistles for Mr. Chad Harpole. We're going to announce those shortly. For you online viewers, the way to enter for a chance to win, we got some loud whistles and they're building up that steam pressure. For you guys who are watching online, for you to win, a chance to win, go to scaletrains.com. At the bottom of the homepage, sign up for our email newsletter, and you'll get a chance to win. We'll be able to log in and see who logged in this afternoon as a result of the whistle blow. So for you online viewers, I'm talking to you guys on YouTube right now. Make sure you go do that for a chance to win a $100 shopping spree at scaletrains.com. All right, so round 3 of the whistle blow is about to begin. Online viewers, how's my audio sounding? Hopefully sounds good. Hold on just one moment. All right, I think, yep, that's good. All right, so on number 1, we've got an L&N 6-chime. On number 1, we've got an L&N 6-chime. On number 2, we have a Lohengrin 6-inch. On number 3, we have an N&W J-Class whistle, which is really cool. For you that are into model railroading, we've got that on display. What's that? Okay, whistle number 1 came off L&N number 295. So we know for sure that whistle came off of that locomotive. Number 4, we have a Northern Pacific 5-chime. Pretty cool to hear a Northern Pacific whistle all the way here in Kentucky.
East Coast.
Really cool. We've got a C&O 3-chime on number 5. On number 6, we have a Baldwin Hooter. On number 7, we have a Santa Fe 6-chime. Man, that is a beautiful looking whistle.
That's a great whistle.
On number 8, we have a Nathan 5-chime. And I think I know whose whistle this is. Number 9, we have a Pennsylvania Railroad Banshee. I can't think of a more appropriate whistle for Nick. So, without further ado, here is round number 3 of the Kentucky Steam 4th Annual Whistle Blow. Here we go.
The beauty of this is every time we look at these, it's $50,000 worth of whistles.
Oh my goodness, that's incredible.
At minimum.
Wow.
Minimum.
Wow.
whistle for that. And then
All right, Derek, let's do a quick audio check. Let's see how we're sounding.
Hey, before you all start,
Yeah, the mic's right over here. Yeah. Okay.
oh, here it is.
Yeah, sorry.
Yeah, I was just saying.
All right, everybody, I just want to remind you of a couple of things during the swap out. Liv's Smoke Shack is in the back with some delicious food. We've got ice cold Country Boy on, well, not on draft, but in ice cold coolers, $5. You're not going to find that deal anywhere. As long Roger even washed his hands before he popped that popcorn too. They got popcorn available, so. And we've got speeder rides, which I hear is overly popular after my son just took 3 rides. So, that being said, everybody, don't forget to frequent our vendors. They're nice enough to come out today. And again, feel free to some whistles and make yourself at home.
All right, fellas, there you go.
When I go up and talk with them, I brought my whistle that I made a video about that's popular. Not for this setup, but the one after. If in between the next
Derek,
set of
that was a
whistles,
quick audio
I
test
show it
of
off
your
for the
how it sounds.
cameras. Yeah, and then it goes
So
on
weird.
the manifold, so it's streamlined. Does that work?
What we might actually do
States now. That's what we specialize in, but we also work in aviation, nautical, automotive, and if it's related to transportation, we sell it.
They're saying audio is not working.
Yeah, we broke it. Let's see.
Guys, can you hear us now? It says that we got audio, but I'm not 100% sure.
I'm up on red here.
If we've got sound, okay, someone is saying fixed. Give us the thumbs up emoji if you can hear us. Is that good? All right, I'm gonna turn the line down just a little bit. Okay.
Good.
Thumbs up emoji if you can hear us. Okay, everybody can hear us.
Let's try that again.
All right, how about now? We good, everybody? Not too loud, not peaking. Okay. I don't know what happened. Like I was saying earlier in the earlier segments of the video, this is kind of a one-man band type thing. I was supposed to have two other audio-visual guys here with me today, but unfortunately, due to unforeseen circumstances, they couldn't be here. So I apologize in advance for the audio and visual issues. But let's get back to what we were talking about. We'll start from the beginning because I don't think anybody heard you.
That's okay. We'll do it again.
Derek is representing Rail and Road Auction House. You may have seen their ads on our YouTube channel over the last year and a half. But Derek, I wanted you to kind of tell our viewers what it is that you guys do, how long have you been in business, and where you're located.
Yeah, so we're in Lafayette, Indiana. We are about a mile from the campus of Purdue University. And really the whole reason we exist is because we believe there needed to be a solution that could specialize in auctioning transportation memorabilia. By volume, we are now the largest Railroadiana auction company in the United States. We move more Railroadiana through our warehouse every year than any other company that specializes in this. We also work in aviation, automotive, nautical. If it moved people, we want to have a hand in it. And so, you know, like I said, we are the tale of, we started just really blessed to be able to do what we do. You know, I'm self-proclaimed train geek. You know, I've been fascinated by these my entire life, and now, you know, we get to sit here and sponsor events like this and sponsor your channel, and we try to be involved with as much as we can. And you know, people say living the dream, and yeah, it's living the dream. At the flip side, and you know this too, is just how much work goes into making things happen.
Oh yeah.
So, but yeah, so that's kind of where we're at, and yeah.
So you've got some whistles with you here today. What are some of the whistles you've got?
Yeah.
And are they gonna be blown later?
Yes. So we're gonna do the last round right before the dinner break is gonna be our whistles, and we run a program each year called Sound It and Sell It. And what it does is, just like we've talked about the voice of the whistle, you know, being able to be heard rather than just sit static. We started this promotion 2 years ago where we bring the whistles out and we put them on the manifold here. We take videos of them, and then right now back on our website or on our app at www.bidrar.com, all of these whistles are listed, and the auction is on October 18th. So not only can you hear it today, there will be videos with the lot descriptions, and so before you buy it, you can hear what it sounds like, because it's no fun just to see it sit there.
Yeah, I agree. And I was wondering too, Derek, if you could kind of speak to, you know, as a collector, a lot of guys have collections where they have these beautiful railroad items that just kind of stay in their house, stay in the collection case. But these whistles, you know, this is the one chance that a lot of guys get to hear their whistles being blown every year. For you, what's it like to be able to hear these whistles, say maybe for the first time in years and years?
Yeah, absolutely. You know, one of the privileges we have, and you know, when we put an auction together, and they're very diverse auctions, it's everything from lanterns, keys, builder's plates, headlights, you know, we like to compare them to really, you know, things we see in our everyday life. You know, builder's plates are the birth certificate for a locomotive. You know, a whistle is the voice of a locomotive, a headlight the eyes of the locomotive. And so for us to have an opportunity to hear the voice of a locomotive that may have not sounded for years. We know the whistles today have been in a private collection for a number of years, although the one exception to that is we have a whistle here today that was on top of nickel plate 765 when it went around Horseshoe Curve back in 2012. So, wow. Yeah, right. You get the entire gambit between whistles that haven't been blown for years, and then the ones that have had a front and center role, you know, in a pretty well-known excursion not too distant in the past.
That's crazy. And the cool thing is too is, like, having that whistle in your collection, you can go back on YouTube and watch videos of 765 coming around the horseshoe curve, hearing that whistle in those videos. I can't think of better bragging rights to be able to say, I have that whistle.
And the cool thing is each time we do an event like this with you guys, we're establishing that same amount of bragging rights for every whistle that's here today. And not only, you know, the whistles that were brought by private owners, but our whistles that are going through the auction. You know, you'll be able to go back and look at this delay and block video years from now and say, that's my whistle.
Yeah, that's really cool. And, you know, the live stream is something that really kind of happened, you know, just, I decided 3 years ago to just set up my phone. I was like, this would be kind of cool to make a live stream out of this event. Nobody else is doing anything. They're just, you know, some people are taking clips on their phone. So I just put my phone on a tripod and let it go. And then last year we had a more professional setup. Last year I had a production assistant that was here that was helping me with sound, and I wanted to give Wade a shout out. He's my coworker and my friend from Scale Trains, and he has helped me out tremendously. He's provided all of the audio equipment for this live stream, so he couldn't be here today. He had, you know, something that happened at home, and he would have loved to be here. So hopefully maybe next year we'll get Wade to be here for the live stream, but it's just grown and grown and grown, and right now we actually have 180 live viewers at the moment, which is just incredible to think. Like, we probably have something like 150, 200 people here in person, but another essentially 150 to 200 people watching remotely. It's just amazing to think about all of the people all around the United States, all over North America, that are into this hobby. And you know, but the thing is, Derek, and I want to kind of emphasize it, for younger people who are just getting into it, what are some of the items that you see folks like them getting into? I think before you and I have talked about paper.
We talked about this a little bit last year, and you know, we talk about a lot. Yes, we do high-end whistles, builders plates, things like that. But we really, as an auction company, we strive to be Railroadiana for everybody. Something that we've gotten a lot more of in the last year is we do book auctions every 8 weeks where we offer hundreds of railroad titles, all starting at $5 a piece, dollar bid increments. You know, and beyond that, we are also starting to offer more and more small, what we call smalls auctions, everything from paper and, you know, entry grade lanterns and things like that, that we want to get as many people involved as possible. We don't want people to feel like they're priced out of this hobby, because the reality is there are lots of opportunities to jump in and own pieces that are well marked, that are interesting conversation pieces, and you become a caretaker. It's not just ownership, it's becoming a caretaker. You are becoming the person that is going to shepherd these pieces along until you're done with them.
Yeah, for the next generation even.
That's exactly it. Well, and that's, again, what we're seeing is we're seeing a generational shift. Now more than ever, you've got younger collectors that are coming into the hobby, getting introduced. And we talked about this during the live stream last year, how there's a shift in builder's plate purchasing. We're starting to see, you know, steam builder's plates are still strong, but again, we've seen this over the past year. Diesel locomotive builder's plates have started to really, you know, come on strong in terms of, because that's what people are nostalgic about. You know, a funny thing is, and this is one of my personal favorite locomotives, we have an operations manual for a Conrail SD60M in the October auction right now, and I'm like, oh, I'll keep an eye on this just because I'm interested in it. That manual's up to almost $100 already, and it's just because that is what is becoming nostalgic. That is what people are actively starting to seek, are those pieces that, you know, may have been 80s, 90s, early 2000s, you know, that's suddenly becoming a thing. It's going to be 25 years since the beginning of the new millennium here, starting, right.
It's crazy.
Tell me we're not getting nostalgic about this stuff.
Crazy.
So, you know, for us, it's fun to watch. We have a front row seat to watching new things become popular, and it's one of the privileges of what I get to do.
Yeah, absolutely. Well, I was telling Derek a little earlier off camera, the auctions are fun, you know, because I asked him when he first approached me about sponsoring the channel how the auctions worked, and when I found out it's all online through an app, right?
Yeah, we have our own website. We have an app for iOS and Android. Whatever your preferred way to connect with us is, we have an option for you, and that's one of the biggest things. Is we understand we're working at a national level. It's not just, you know, at a local level. We have the apps. We offer worldwide shipping. You know, we try to make it as easy as possible for you.
Yeah, absolutely. And there's going to be some more opportunities to see more of Rail and Road Auction House in the near future. Virtual Railfan, our sister company at Scale Trains, is in talks with our Rail and Road.
It's a done deal. It's a done deal. So the paperwork has been signed. The internet line is installed. It literally is just a matter of getting the camera up on our roof, and so you get to break the news. And this has been over a year in the works. So Virtual Railfan will have a camera in Lafayette, Indiana. Install date right now is slated for October 14th. So I don't know how many days after that, but I'm assuming the 14th or after. So Virtual Railfan, for their subscribers, they're going to have something new to look at.
Well, be on the lookout for the new edition of the Virtual Railfan camera. And Derek, always great to see you. And as a matter of fact, Chad just handed me the next round of whistles. I'm going to get the PA here and announce the next round of whistles here. All right, everyone, we are about to begin the next round of whistles. Let me check my audio really quick so that our online viewers can hear what we're about to announce. All right, testing. All right, we sound good. All right, so the next round of whistles, I've got Derek Thomas here from Rail and Road Auction House, and he's going to actually help me announce these whistles. So, Derek, why don't you announce the whistles and let everybody know which ones are the ones that you're presenting today?
We're actually on the next round, but I'm happy to announce the whistles. So
sure.
All right, on number 1, we have a Cincinnati, Hamilton, and Dayton 3 chime. In the number 2 spot, a Southern Flat Top Hooter. Number 3, a Rizzoli Reading 6 chime. On the number 4 spot, a Norfolk and Western Short Bell Hooter. On number 5, the opposite of that, an N&W Long Bell Hooter. In the number 6 spot, an 8-inch Lunkenheimer. Number 7 is a Nathan 3 chime, which could be found on the nickel plate. Number 8 is Lonogram and 5-inch 3 chime. And rounding out the manifold, spot number 9, a Pennsylvania Railroad 3 chime. That's for this round, and then Rail and Road Auctions will be up on the next manifold round.
Awesome, thank you. to you earlier about this pipe is going to blow his whistle. Pipe is going to be on the next segment. So we get to hear his whistle very soon. Audio testing. Audio test.
Oh, you have shade over here.
Yeah, that brought it up.
All right.
Audio test.
Yeah.
You guys hear us okay? Testing, testing. Testing, testing.
Coke Zero, please.
Coke Zero.
Testing.
Do you want anything?
Need to bring this up a little bit more. All right, can you hear us, everybody? How's the audio sounding? I don't want to sound too loud here. Always a challenge to balance everything.
He's wearing my headphones too. You're welcome.
Yeah, thanks for helping me out.
I'm glad you said something. I was like, oh, I took those out of my bag. Yeah.
I think your mic's good.
Okay.
Guys, how
check
do I
test.
sound on this mic here?
Czechoslovakia is a country.
It is a country.
Check 1, 2.
All right, you sound good. We're gonna switch over to the view of us. Okay, so I believe that was round 3. Was that round 3?
I've lost count. I've gone a little deaf from being right next to whistles, so, you know.
Likewise.
It's fine.
Likewise. Well, I am joined here by Heiss, and Heiss has a very well-known YouTube channel that covers all things steam locomotives. You've got some railroad simulator videos as well, and some model train videos, which is pretty cool. So, tell us who you are, where you're from, and why you're here today.
So, it's so funny, and as much as I want to keep the joke up, I'm actually just a guy named Mark Huber. Heiss is the YouTube channel, of course. I'm out from Lakewood, Colorado, right near Denver, from the Colorado Railroad Museum. I'm part-time staff at the Colorado Railroad Museum just a couple days a week. Thankfully, I'm fortunate enough to do that thanks to all the lovely people out there that are watching. I still can't believe that this is my full-time job, being the internet-trained birdman, but here I am. And my good friend Nick Hovey is a big part of this organization at Kentucky Steam. He invited me out last year, and my schedule is always a dumpster fire, so I wasn't able to come out last year. But this year, here I am, and I've brought my own thing. And actually, thanks to Hovey, because I was helping to build the North Pole, I brought the big stupid, the big thing, the big stupid thing. It is probably going to win the award for crappiest looking whistle here today. There's a lot of shiny, beautiful, neat stuff, and this is my Scarface that people have asked me, are you gonna make it look better? Like, are you gonna finish welding it up and turn it on a lathe and make it all pretty and chrome it or something? And I say, hell no. This tells the story. It has been through hell and back. Longtime viewers of the channel, there is an episode about it from about May of 2022, I think, but in which I tell the whole story. But this whistle's been an adventure, and I love it, and I'm excited to blow it out here today.
Yeah, awesome. So is your whistle going to the next round? Do you know yet?
I don't know. It sounds like they want to do it after we come back from supper break, so it'll be in a little bit later on. But it will be blown, and of course you can go listen to what it sounds like right now on YouTube, but not now. Don't leave the stream. This is important. So.
Yeah, and I think there's one more round, and then we're doing the supper break.
Okay, so it'll be in a couple rounds then.
I could be mistaken though. I'm not 100% sure. I'll tell you. So for those of you who are just tuning in, last year we had a 2-man crew for this live stream. So I'm running audio and video. And trying to coordinate also with Chad, who was going to be my co-host today, but Chad's busy setting up whistles, so...
It's enough to manage when you just have one webcam, and you've got a multi-camera thing, and I do not envy you one bit.
Yeah, it's chaotic, but it's fun, and I'm just glad to be here today, and you've got yourself an awesome GoPro today.
I've been wanting to follow up on this video of mine for a long time. Shout out, not sponsored, but GoPro, please, come on, I do cool stuff with your stuff all the time. For real, somebody hook me up. But I had filmed a video, probably August of 2022, that was Whistles 101. It's an hour long if you're a complete whistle nerd, which you kind of have to be here.
Oh yeah.
Go watch that if you'd like. I get into all the stuff, but one of the things was I got the actual physical mechanics that make a whistle make it sound slightly wrong, because I was working with my best assumption I could. And so I've been on a bit of a quest to try and right that wrong and correct myself and learn the real thing, because I've studied, I've done research, I've bought books, and all the books go, well, no one really knows how a steam whistle works, but here's how an organ works. And it's like, no, we want to know how this works. This is the sound of the locomotive. And even the most premier book about whistles literally copped out and said, oh yeah, well, here's how a steam organ works. And it's like, but that's not it. So this GoPro is the new Hero 13, and the only reason I bought it is because they upgraded the slow-mo from 240 FPS to 400.
Holy cow.
I had recorded this whistle with a 240 FPS GoPro previously, and you can see the blips of steam entering, but it wasn't clear enough that I'm like, okay, the audience is going to get this. It was enough to convince me, but it was not necessarily enough to convince you all. And now we're here, we have a ton of whistles, and I've been right up close to them, you know, that far away, going, not deaf, I've got ear pro in.
Thank God.
And I'm getting right up close and recording stuff in 400 FPS slow-mo to finally put the nail in the bed, like how does it work, how does the pitch change, what happens when the whistle squeaks, all that stuff. The long and short of it that I'm proving it, that I do know to be a fact at this point, is the sound is not created by the resonance of the metal itself. The metal is not vibrating, it is steam entering from the languid plate gap, entering in and pressurizing and then depressurizing this chamber as many times per second as the frequency of the note it's creating.
Interesting.
So if you've got, you know, okay, 120 hertz, big, long 3-chime or something, it's 120 times a second a steam is entering and exiting, and you see these little pulses of steam doing that. And so each chime corresponds with that, and you can actually count them when it's this slow.
That's incredible.
To actually know and see, oh, it corresponds with the science, okay, and then from there we can do a little bit of math and nerdery to figure out, is the pitch shift caused by the speed of sound changing in steam based on temperature, or is it something else?
Amazing.
So, amazing. Yeah. Little in the weeds on the nerd here, but that's just kind of who I am.
That's okay. So. I mean, that's why people subscribe to your channel.
Right.
And I'll say, you know, I've learned so much about steam locomotives, and off camera last night we had a conversation about how, you know, there's a lot of guys in the steam preservation industry who really know their stuff.
A lot more than me.
And they don't really communicate those things very well to the general public. Like, I hear people throwing out stay bolts and crosshead and this, that, and the other. And a lot of the terminology, once you understand it, once you have it explained to you, it makes a lot of sense.
Right.
And I think that you do a phenomenal job of explaining that and dumbing it down for people like me who aren't steam experts. But, you know, I'm someone that loves and really truly believes in railroad preservation. I might not be an expert at all of how things work, but telling those stories and talking about it, that's why I've been involved with Kentucky Steam since the very beginning.
Right.
And I wanted to ask you about that too. Like, what's your first overall impressions of what we have going on here in Ravenna?
I am so impressed, and I'm planning on filming some videos with these guys tomorrow. I have never seen an organization take the kind of approach that you guys are taking out here. And it's really smart to me because you understand Steam Choo Choo, very cool. We love Steam Choo Choo. We're excited we have Steam Choo Choo here, and we're rebuilding awesome Steam Choo Choo 2716. Staring at that a little bit.
It's right off there. The cab is right there. You can see it. Yep.
It's so cool. But when you're in a certain location, when you're a little bit away from metropolitan areas, you can't just do events and have people show up. You have to do something else to make it sustainable to run the choo-choo. The choo-choo is expensive.
Very expensive.
And so seeing a stage, hearing about the restaurant, brewery, all the stuff, it's like, okay, you are planning on keeping the lights on and then using that to keep the train moving. Because if you just buy the train, restore the train, try and run it on the main line, if you don't own where the train lives, if you cannot provide for the several hundreds of thousands of dollars per year that you need to save for rebuilds and or just the running maintenance, you're SOL. You run 11472 and that's it, and then it's parked again, and congrats, you did nothing. So the fact that you guys are taking this approach is incredible.
Well, thank you. Yeah. I remember when we first came here in the early days of Kentucky Steam, and we looked at several different locations. One was Ludlow, just on the other side of the Ohio River there in northern Kentucky, just not too far from Cincinnati.
Sure.
And we thought, well, that would be a great place. It's centrally located. You know, you can get people from Ohio, Indiana, Kentucky. But we talked to Norfolk Southern. They were actually still using that facility. And one of our members, actually TJ Mahan, he's actually here. I'm not sure where he is, but TJ worked for CSX in the late 90s and early 2000s. And he said, you know, I used to run on the EK subdivision out of Ravenna, and they don't really run a whole lot of coal trains here anymore. Back then, they had about 6 trains a day, 3 each way. And that was really starting to dwindle over the years. There's Mr. Harpole. He's getting ready for the next round of whistles. Hey, you need the Sharpie?
I got one.
You got one? Okay. You know, so they really weren't running a whole lot of trains around that time, and we started the organization in 2015, in 2016, that's when we really began the search for where our home was going to be. So we came out here in the spring of 16. We flew a drone around the property, and we'll show you clips of that later on. I didn't realize that I had your lower third on for like 15 minutes, so now everybody knows who you are. Your name was on screen for like 15 minutes.
In case you didn't know.
Yeah, in case you didn't know. So we flew a drone around, and this railroad yard was just full of saplings, basically. There were, I believe at one time, 30 tracks. Now there's only 4 yard tracks.
It's pretty well stripped. It's kind of crazy to see.
Yeah. And this building, the car shop behind us, I'll change the angle so you guys can see it. The tracks were removed. They only used it for 8 years, and then they just boarded it up and locked it, and that was that. So then we started having conversations with CSX, like, you know, what really truly is the future of this yard? You guys are not using it. Would you be open to possibly looking at selling it to a nonprofit?
Right.
And believe it or not, they actually kind of were interested in playing ball with us. And say whatever you want to say about E. Hunter Harrison, but E. Hunter Harrison, for all of his faults, actually really did appreciate railroad preservation. And his team and some of the others, a guy by the name of Eric Hendrickson, he was in charge of system planning for CSX, really went to bat for us internally with CSX. And eventually, after a year and a half, almost 2 years of negotiations, we were able to acquire the vast majority of the railroad yard. I think it's something like 43 or 45 acres.
It's a good sized property, yeah.
And part of the vision all along has been we want to have a music venue, you know, so revenue from concerts that will help go towards the restoration of 2716 and other projects, caboose camping. You know, so the idea of spending the night in a caboose, having a campfire right out front, that just sounds like so much fun. And of course, eventually train rides. And, you know, there's no telling what could happen with the EK subdivision. It's 120 miles, CSX isn't using it. Who knows? Maybe one day that could be a home for other steam locomotives.
Knock on the stuff, man.
Yeah, knock on.
That could be cool.
So we'll see what happens. But, you know, the saying in the past was, coal keeps the lights on. Kind of a moniker around here at Kentucky Steam is concerts keep the lights on. So we're hoping that this bluegrass venue really takes off in the next couple of years. There's going to be events that are beyond just trains. So another thing we talked about last night was different grant monies. And I was wondering if you could kind of explain, you know, we get questions all the time. Well, you just got, you know, several $1 million for this. Why is the choo-choo not running?
Several $1 million for this means it's only for this. When we did... goodness, it's been 10 years now that 491's been in service. We got a state-funded grant from History Colorado to restore 491 to the 30s appearance we did. And they had to come in and sign off on everything, and we couldn't use any of the money for anything that was not dedicated towards making it run and making it look as it did in the 1930s. And if it wasn't right, we got called out on it and they wouldn't let the funding go. We had to go through the approval. So if you got a grant that's an EPA grant or something for the ground, you cannot then put that money towards choo-choo. If you have a lot of other cash, which is great, you could then maybe allot it to the choo-choo, but maybe you don't. So like that's the reality. Grants are extremely specific, and you're actually in violation of laws if you don't follow the ruling on them properly, and it's quite the ordeal to get done. I remember when we were writing that grant, it was just a complete and utter pain. So I feel for you nonprofit admin types out there. That is not a skill set I have.
How's the audio sounding, guys? We had a couple people saying it was peaking, and I just went and tweaked it a little bit. So are we sounding any better now? There we go, Chad. We just got, I think this is round 4. This might be round 5. I don't know. I lost count.
It's one of them, yeah.
So the next round of whistles, we're going to have Rail and Road Auction House. They've got quite a few whistles here.
Sweet.
Almost all of them, actually. So,
oh, wow.
Before we begin this round, how would you like to announce the next whistles?
I would be honored.
Okay, here we go. So we're going to announce the whistles on this microphone. And here we go. I'm going to switch the camera over. If you don't mind introducing everybody. Actually, let me introduce you first.
Okay, perfect.
All right, everybody. We are getting ready for the next round of the whistle blow. Chad, are we breaking for dinner after this? We are breaking for dinner or supper, depending on which part of the country you're from. This is the Rail and Road Auction House whistle blow. So these whistles are going to be sold in auction very soon. Go see Mr. Derek Thomas for more information on those later. And Heiss here is going to announce the whistles for us. So Heiss, what do we got?
All right, folks. So in slot number 1, we have an unknown 6 chime. In slot number 2, we have a PS4 from the Southern Railway. On number 3, we have a Norfolk and Western short hooter. On number 4, we have a Railroad, the 5-inch Crosby. On number 5, we have a 6-inch Crosby. And then on number 6, I'm very interested about this one. This is Nick Hovey's personal unknown boiler tube 5 chime, which he bought in Grand Junction, Colorado, and I simulated to see what it would sound like, and we have no idea if it's going to match my sim or not, so I'm going to feel really cool if it does. But we'll figure that out. In slot number 7, we have a Missouri Pacific hoot, and number 8, we have a Norfolk and Western hoot, and then on number 9, we have an 8-inch Lunkenheimer.
Awesome.
Where's my earplugs?
Yeah, seriously. Gotta get mine in too. Uh-oh. You see any other earplugs? I don't know what I did with mine.
I put mine in my pocket. I don't know where.
Let me see. I might have put mine in my pocket.
My ears are gonna be filthy.
Here they are. We've got 210 viewers right now.
Sweet.
Pretty good.
That is good.
Great. Have you been announcing the silent auction too?
No, I don't know anything about it.
Oh, this is a silent auction back here.
You should come and talk about it on camera after the whistles are blown.
Okay. Just gonna find.
Wait, actually, you want me to announce it here on the mic? I'll do it.
Yeah.
All right, real quick before we begin this next round of the whistle blow, there is a silent auction going on over here on these tables next to the Country Boy booth. There are some really great items, including some Stoddart's wall art. We've got Norfolk Southern gear, shirts, hats, railroad signs. Just go on over there, check out the items. You can sign up for which items that you're interested in. Also wanted to give a quick shout out to Scale Trains. Scale Trains is sponsoring the event, and for a chance to win a $100 shopping spree at scaletrains.com, all you got to do is put your first and last name and your email address on this contact sheet and drop it in the box, and we will announce the winner after our supper break. We are going to announce the winner. So this is your last chance to kind of sign up for that. You can only sign up once, and we're also going to do an online giveaway. So we're gonna have an online winner who we will announce after the supper break. So we're giving away 2 $100 shopping sprees at scaletrains.com. Don't miss out on it. It's a great opportunity. Also be sure to check out our Fox Deli Models, HO Scale, NNW Class J locomotive, and passenger cars. We also have stickers, brochures, and other goodies that you can take for free. If you want a sticker for your car, stop on by the Scale Trains table. All right, without further ado, we are just about ready to begin the final whistle blow round. Prior to supper, we're going to take an hour-and-a-half break, and then we will come back to the evening session. So stay tuned for that. This is the Rail and Road Auction House session. So here we go, ladies and gentlemen. And a big thank you to Heiss for joining me for the last segment. I don't know where he went, but thank you.
You want me to come back and talk? Do you need me to straighten? Do you need me to come back and talk?
Yeah, if you want to.
Okay.
Come and talk after this round.
Okay.
Put it in there. Oh, you've met Timber? Yeah. Yo, I've met Timber too. I met him at here. Going back tonight or tomorrow?
Tomorrow evening.
So I'll go back home tonight. I bring that videotape and I'll just leave it playing up there on the railroad music on the model train.
Okay.
And you can get it before you leave. And I need to get you those tapes and answers too. And I'll go home and get that everything else.
Okay.
Listen, hear me out. You're the season.
Let me make sure this is running first, Elmer, and then we'll... Okay, awesome. We're back live. Okay. Okay. Let me get that stuff. If you want, Elmer, take a seat over here. Yeah, don't apologize. I'm horrible too. Hey, is this about ready to kick off? We're about ready to make the announcement for the scale review. And then I think in the next 10 minutes. This part just had to reshoot the video.
He works for
Yeah. Okay.
Greg, do you know when this auction goes?
For what auction? I do not. Not the same time. I think we're. Yeah. Okay. Winner selected. I don't know yet. We'll find out.
We came back. We made it back. $50.
Sorry. I gotta get the locomotive out of here for you.
Someone said that you guys would consider getting the big image fully dressed.
Right now, yeah.
How's everything going with the live stream? Doing okay.
So I didn't know till they were here at the Road Festival that Josh Singletary works there. I've known him since he's been.
I love Josh. He's one of my best friends. I heard many. I did. Man, they make the best stuff. I'm a big fan. Hold on just a minute.
Says he's ready, we're ready.
Hey, Bill, or Drayton, can you make the announcement? We are going to give a few more speeder rides too.
Yes.
Yeah, probably in about 10-15 minutes.
Yep. Give me just a second. I'm about to make the announcement for the scale trains winner.
No rush. Just make sure they know before it gets loud again.
All right, audio test. That is way too loud. All right, how's the audio sounding, ladies and gentlemen? All right, that audio sounds good. Elmer, tell me about the weather.
Well, it's a very nice fall day here. It's about in the 80s, I guess, low 80s. Nice weather. Lots of sunshine.
Whoops. Just one moment. Okay. We are going to do the donation segment here. I'm going to switch the camera to us. All right, ladies and gentlemen, the evening session of the Whistle Blow is about to begin, and we are about to make a special announcement here on behalf of Scale Trains, one of our sponsors for this year's event. All right, I think our audio is good. All right, everybody, so we are now back online. The live stream's back. We had some technical difficulties earlier. Joining me here today is Elmer Beckler. Elmer has been a resident of Irvine, Ravenna forever.
My whole life.
His whole life, he grew up here. And Elmer is one of the museum docents who helps curate the collection here, him and Roger. And Roger's the wonderful gentleman over there in the railroader hat at the Country Boy booth. These two guys, along with Anthony Hardy, I don't know where he is at, do a lot for the museum at Kentucky Steam.
David Harrison.
And David Harris. They have basically assembled lots of artifacts and historic photos, railroad maps, things like that. And Roger actually worked for the L&N, and he retired with CSX, and so these guys have a long history with the EK, and when Kentucky Steam started up, when we announced that we were coming here in 2018, this would be our home, Elmer and Roger and Anthony and many others in this local community showed up in a big way to help us get off the ground. So I've asked Elmer to join me here today because Scale Trains has a special announcement. I just wanted to read off this letter. If you were here a month ago, Mark McAllister, he's our product support manager at Scale Trains. He was here for Ravenna Railroad Festival, and he wrote this letter to Kentucky Steam. It says, "Dear Kentucky Steam friends, recently I was honored to attend the Ravenna Railroad Festival on behalf of our company. While I was there, I met with Mr. Elmer Beckler, who eagerly showed me the HO scale layout you guys started in your museum building. Our company culture includes giving back to those who make what we do possible. Building and operating a model railroad is a fantastic way for the museum to engage visitors in operations, railroading, and the model railroading hobby. On behalf of our entire team, we would like to present the Kentucky Steam Heritage Corporation with a model of our rivet counter EMD SD38-2. It is an L&N locomotive. L&N purchased 5 of these locomotives in 1975, numbered 4500 through 4504. They spent most of their lives working in and around Birmingham, but they also spent some time not too far from here in Cincinnati before DeCourcy was closed. This model is equipped with the latest rivet counter features, and we've also upgraded it to ESU Loc sound because we were sold out of sound units, so we donated a decoder and upgraded it. So the sound file is exactly what the real thing sounds like. We hope that you and all of the visitors get many hours of enjoyment and sharing it with the visitors. We will be offering more L&N equipment in the future. That would also be appropriate for your display. Warmest regards, Mark McAllister. So, on behalf of Scale Trains, we'd just like to thank Kentucky Steam for our friendship and partnership over the years. And Elmer, thank you so much for all that you've done for Kentucky Steam.
Thank you on behalf of Kentucky Steam for this, because it'll be a lot of joy for the kids when they visit.
Yeah. So, Elmer, what are some of the things that you hear visitors say when they come to the museum?
They just enjoy it. A lot of the local people donated most of the artifacts here, and a lot of people say, well, we're glad this is here. We're glad it's here. We'd like to see this.
Excellent. And as the letter said, there's many more L&N locomotives in the pipeline, including the L&N Heritage unit that CSX just came out with. And we are also strongly looking at offering Chesapeake and Ohio 2716 in the near future. So I don't have a timeline on when that is, but it will eventually happen. So, you know, Kentucky Steam and Scale Trains go way back to when the Spirit of Ravenna diesel locomotive was made. So, Elmer, we thank you for that.
Thank you very much.
All right, time for the $100 shopping spree. That we've got one in-person winner and we have one online viewer who is going to take away this gift card code. I know this one. Miss Jerry Lynn Fetch. You are the $100 Scale Trains winner, wherever you are at. You're the winner. And if you don't claim your prize, we might have to draw another name. So I hope that you come and draw your prize.
Oh, they're down at the Y.
Oh, they're down at the Y. Okay, you'll have to tell her she won $100. I've got her gift card here, and our online winner. We've had a few other people sign up. Our online winner, I just had it saved. Hold on, just one moment. All right, the online winner is Nathan Hughes. Nathan, we've got your email. We'll send you an email with your gift code email that you can use at Scale Trains. Nathan's from Virginia Beach. So we've had people from all over the world. We've even had a few people from the UK today watching the live stream. So, yep, here that is. Yep. And Chad's going to write down what whistles we have here so I can announce the whistles. There's that letter there for you, Elmer. We'd like to give another quick shout out to Railroadiana Collectors Association for being one of the key sponsors here of the Whistleblow event. This event would not be possible without their sponsorship and support. You know, they what they're doing for this hobby is incredible, and you know, hopefully we'll be able to do many more events like this in the future. So we'd like to thank them and Scale Trains as well. The N&W Class J model is on display, including the passenger cars. So be sure to go and check those out when time permits. But thank you everyone for coming out here today. All right, Elmer, let me make sure we got good audio here. Yep, we still got good audio. Awesome. Someone from New Zealand is watching right now.
Hey, Drayton. Just give one last thing for the speeder rides before they start making all the noise.
Oh, yeah. Also, we have speeder rides that we're going to do. How many more, Joe?
If you come down there and want to ride within the next, we'll make sure everybody gets a ride.
Is it $1?
Yeah, it's $1.
$1 speeder rides. Head on over to the shop if you want to ride our track here in the yard. All the proceeds go to supporting what we do here at Kentucky Steam. So if you want a speeder ride, just thought we'd let you know before all the whistles get blown so we can actually hear. So, Elmer, we're going to talk a little bit about the museum. I want you to talk a little bit more about it while we're here. I'm going to... this is just for the online audience, so just one moment. Let me add a video in here.
We made it back.
All right, Elmer, so right now on the live stream, I'm playing a preview of an upcoming delay in block video. It shows some footage of the CSX EK subdivision, which is right here in our backyard. And while this video is playing, it's on mute. I thought maybe you could kind of talk a little bit about the EK. Where does it run to? What was the primary commodity hauled on it, and what's the status of it today?
Well, the EK starts now in Winchester and goes to Hazard and points south of Hazard, and primary commodity was coal, and unfortunately with the status of the way things are with coal, there really isn't anything coming this way at this time. We've had several disasters with floods and washouts and mudslides. It's kind of prevented a lot of that, but the line is still open from here to Winchester, which is good. And you know, I spent a lot of years photographing this area, and it was interesting. This was a busy place at one time.
All right, we're getting ready for the next round of the whistles being blown. We'll get back to this in a minute, Elmer. All right, everybody. We are going to announce the final, well, the beginning of the evening session, I should say, of the whistle blow. On number one, or I'm sorry, on the very far left end, we have a Florida East Coast 3-chime off of U.S. Sugar number 148. We have on number 1 a Santa Fe 6-chime. On number 2, we have a New York Central T-motor whistle. On number 3, we have a Star, what is that, Chad? Star Brass Liberty. Sorry, Chad writes like a doctor. On number 4, we have a Powell 4-inch 3-chime. The owner of that is the L&N Steam Crew, I believe, is what that says. Steam Crane. On number 5, we got a Southern Railway PS4 whistle, of course. Got to have one of those. On number 6, we have the Huber 6-chime, which I believe is Heiss's whistle. And then we have L&N 152's whistle on number 7, which I am really excited to hear here in person. On number 8, we have a Union Pacific Big Boy Hancock whistle. And then we also have on number 9 a Hancock Flat Top 3-chime. So without further ado, folks, let's hear those whistles.
That's earplugs right now.
Elmer, we'll finish talking about the EK after they stop for the next. Code on our website. You just use that code on our website at checkout and you get $100 off your next in-stock order. Do you have any HO scale trains yet?
off $100.
Okay.
Yep. Thanks for.
heard it for.
that steam guy. Alright, you're up.
Video.
Interview him while you're.
I'm going to.
Thanks, sir.
Alright, sit down.
How much of a delay do you have? What is it?
What's that over?
Is it on delay?
It's on like a 15-second delay. Yeah. Alright, audio. We'll do an audio check here.
What time can I have?
Alright, we got line in. That's off. Okay, it's just me and you. Alright, so that was the end of the first session, the evening whistle blow. And I'm joined here by my good friend, that steam guy, my railroad father.
Yes, indeed.
I'm old enough to be his high school mistake. Let's just say that.
I mean, it wouldn't have been that much of a mistake. I'm largely proud of you.
Oh, thanks, Dad. Thanks. So, Jason and I have been friends for, what, 10 years? 11 years?
Oh, my gosh.
Since
When did we first
2014.
meet? Yeah.
10 years.
Was it with the 4501 stuff? Were you down there? When did we
Nope.
meet? How did we meet?
We met at Fort Wayne. It was
Okay.
2015. 9
2015,
years.
yep.
So almost 10 years. I met you at on an excursion. Or no, actually I did not. You were working on 765 in the shop, and I walked in, and I introduced myself, and I told you I was friends with Kelly.
Oh, yeah.
And then we just kind of became friends, and then I chased the test run, which you were on that spring, and I did a video about it, and then I chased the 765 all over God's
All
green
over
earth,
creation, yes.
pretty much, and then that year, and then the next year, and then the year after that, I chased 765 all over the place. So
quite a while.
So Jason, tell our audience a little bit more about yourself. What do you do for a living, and how did you get into it?
Well, I do steam locomotive restoration and preservation work. Really, that's such a vague and broad thing. At the end of the day, I work on really old stuff, right? So anything antiquated, railroads, steam locomotives, passenger cars, the machinery and equipment that goes into maintaining them or rebuilding them. It wasn't that long ago that I actually was kind of rehabilitating a bridge crane so that I could load some stuff up that I got donated to us here from Patriot Rail.
Nice.
So it's a little bit of everything, and I do training of people and help people develop their programs, and you know it's really fun.
Out in Utah, right? Butte, Anaconda, and Pacific. Is that where you're at?
Montana. Butte, Anaconda, and Pacific. Yes.
Got it.
Got it. Incredible. For anybody that's not been to Butte, if you're into mining history, put it this way: I wasn't into mining history until I went to Butte. So if you're into mining history, go to Butte, Montana. It's absolutely incredible.
So Jason, I wanted to talk a little bit about Kentucky Steam.
Sure.
And kind of how the whole thing got started. Walk me back to the early days of Kentucky Steam. How did it all kind of come together?
Okay, well, really, one of the most important parts of the story is you introduced Chris Campbell to the fact that I exist.
Yep.
No, really. For those that don't know, which is most people, right? Chris Campbell, who's Kentucky Steam president, one of the 3 founders. Am I too loud? I can be quiet.
No, you're fine.
Okay.
It's just sensitive mics.
Okay. Well, so he had been wanting to do something with the 2716 and had thought about this person, that person, the other person, and Drayton had this brilliant notion that he should talk to me. And so he did. He on the phone, and then he came up and rode a trip, chased a trip, rode a trip, something, I don't know, along those lines. And then we got together and we inspected the 2716 and got a handle on its condition, figured out it was plausible, that so many of the rumors about the locomotive are untrue, right? And
yeah, we heard the firebox was irreparable.
Completely gone, right?
Yeah, there's no way you could restore it. It's done. Yeah.
Frames messed up, all the spring rigging is shot, etc. None of it's right. You know, it needs maintenance. But so then, you know, we're like, all right, we're going to do this thing. We got a lease on the locomotive with the Kentucky Railway Museum, and then began the search for where are we going to actually do this project? Where can we work on the engine? That's a huge hurdle, right? Well, one of our people, I forget who it was.
TJ.
Okay, was familiar with the fact that this yard existed, and that the rails had all been ripped up and whatever. So we came down here, and was it early 2016?
It was, I think, March of 16. Yeah.
Ah, that was early. So we came down here, and I trespassed into the shop. It's what it was, right? I mean, I was walking through the woods of an abandoned rail yard, but
Yeah,
whatever.
There were no signs.
Actually, there weren't.
Oh, yeah, not on this end.
No.
Yeah.
No. So, you know, took a look at it, was in there for like 5 minutes, we're like, yep, it's an intact building, we could do something with it.
Well, and I just wanted to say, you basically, it looked like they just shut the building, locked it, and left.
Oh!
There was like coffee mugs still on desks in there.
Yeah, there was stuff still on the desks, there were pallets of parts in the shop. I mean, a lot was gone, but there was still remnants. You know, there was remnants of its former life. So then, you know, began basically a 2-year-long process of convincing CSX to sell this third, I guess, really, of the yard to us. And one of the things that we have in our collection of stuff, probably my favorite piece, is the letter we got back from CSX after the initial conversations, where they said there was no way they were ever going to sell us this place. And so we put a little bit more effort into it. You know, we had already realized that the way we were going to make this work is for it to be an economic development project.
Right.
It can't be have steam chew, let's do things.
Mm-hmm.
No. That wasn't going to work here, and really it's not a sustainable thing in general. You can't base a business, which all not-for-profits, for anybody in the not-for-profit world out there, especially the younger people, because new perspectives are needed across the board. Not-for-profits are businesses. The number one purpose of any business is to make money, including not-for-profits.
It's just the way that it is. You have to make money in order to continue to pursue your mission.
Right, to sustain yourself, to pay the power bill, you know. Yeah. And so, you know, our purpose very quickly became that of a economic development project built on the foundation of railroad and area history. So here we are, you know, and for everybody watching this thing, we don't really, there's so many photos we have. Some of them are on our Kentucky Steam Facebook page. But there were trees in front of this shop. As you're watching this thing, there were trees in front of this shop growing in the rail that the 85 is sitting on that were taller than the building.
Yeah, there really were.
5.5 years ago. And here we are.
We actually have video footage of that. The device I'm streaming off of hasn't been cooperating too well, but I was going to show some of what that looked like.
Wow.
But to see what this complex has turned into from what it started out as, it's incredible, especially that building, the amount of equipment that is inside that building. It's incredible and really encouraging to see. So, you know, Jason, as far as 2716 goes, you know, we get a lot of questions about 2716. When we started the organization, we said we had a 2020 vision.
Yes.
Nice. AOL.
AOL.
Yucca. So anyway, we wanted to see 2716 restored by 2020.
We did.
But unfortunately, this horrible thing called the pandemic happened, and
it's a thing.
The whole world kind of shut down for 6, 8, a year or more, depending on what part of the country you're from.
Yep.
And slowly coming back to life, and there were other things that we were pursuing as well, including the music venue and other work on the grounds, which you can't really see. It's off camera.
But it's over there.
So a lot of things have been in the works at Kentucky Steams, but specifically 2716, what is the status of the restoration?
Well, you know, we had a lot of time to work on the locomotive, you know, circa, hello. I'm glad you enjoyed it. It's why we do everything, right? Yes, it's an economic development project, but it's about people.
Yep.
And all that. So, and it just makes me happy when people enjoy themselves doing, you know, experiencing anything that we do. But no, you know, we had a lot of time to work on the 2716. You know, I actually made pretty quick work of getting the side sheets, the outer side sheets installed on the firebox, and, you know, and then believe it or not, and this is a still used excuse for things, but at the time it was totally legit. It was supply chain issues. I needed reamers of a specific type, length, that are only made by one place in this country, blah, blah, 6-month backlog. Well, in the time that it took to get those, that kind of stalled us out, and then there's been so much going on. Everything else has just exploded in wonderful ways to where, you know, it's kind of taken a back burner to other things, including projects I've had come in with Next Generation Rail Solutions. For those that don't know, that's my company that I do the steam locomotive work under. But, you know, one of the biggest issues is a lack of help. You know, this is a massive project. It's an economic development project. We've got a music venue. We're building railroad infrastructure. We're trying to put down more track behind the shop to get the other bays relayed, and have made a lot of progress on that. But we need more people. So, to everybody that is watching or will watch in the future, Kentucky Steam in basically Richmond, Kentucky, just south of Lexington, we need more volunteers. And
Desperately.
There's a lot going on. And the more help we have, the more things will be going on. So, you know, success breeds success and all that. So, anybody that wants to get involved, definitely go to our Facebook page,
And real quick, before we start blowing the whistles, everybody, we want to announce what the whistles are for the live stream. Let me switch over here to this camera angle so our live viewers on the internet can see what they are. So, beginning on the left end, the very far left end, we have a Virginian MB3 chime. On number 1, we have a Southern Railway Freight 3 chime. On number 2, we have a Great Western Railway single note whistle. Number 3 is a Canadian National 3 chime. Number 4 is another Canadian National whistle, although it is a 4 chime. So we got a 3 chime on 3 and a 4 chime on 4, both CN whistles. On number 5, we have a Southern Freight 3 chime, and this is a Princeton Shops 3 chime. So I'm excited to hear what that one sounds like. For those who don't know, Princeton was where Southern 4501 was based out of for many years, and they had a particular way of tuning their whistles, so we're excited to hear what that one sounds like. On number 6, it's an unknown 5-inch hooter. On number 7, we have a Penzie 3 chime. On number 8, we have a Canadian National 5 chime. And on number 9, we have a 5-inch Crosby. So the next round of the whistle blow is about to begin. Here we go, everybody. Make sure you got your hearing protection.
On the CR3, that's exactly what the whistle sounded like.
Man, that whistle was a hoot.
Forgive me for chiming in. But I was wondering if we could get a nice grade crossing sequence on each one of the whistles. It'd be great to get a recording of that.
I can go ahead and put it up while it's daylight?
Yeah, go right ahead.
Is there any chance you could just hold the front so I don't knock your camera off?
Yeah.
Yeah, if you don't mind.
I can get the other side.
Literally, all I want to do is get it off the trailer. I can get it down back here in the parking lot.
Yep.
Yeah, I don't want to knock his camera over.
I will.
Take advantage of the daylight.
All right, hold on just a second.
Just let him catch up.
I don't want the 611. It's right there. Speaking of which, wow.
Nicholas.
Oh, what's your bag?
Join the,
that'll do it. Thank you, sir.
live stream.
Appreciate you.
You want to join the live stream? I can do that. Come sit down. Be my next guest.
Oh, is it covered in them?
Yeah. Yes. Where is it? Ernie Clay has it. I don't know who he is. Find Mark. I know Ernie Clay. I'll take it.
All right, everybody. We
Watch
are
out. Coming down.
taking a break here as they prepare to get to the
Why's my campy mumbling?
next round of whistles. While we do that, I'm going to play some video footage that has not been released yet. This is from an upcoming delay in block video. This is some footage that I recorded back in 2016 of the now inactive bluegrass mines number 3 and 4 just south of Hazard, Kentucky. This mine shut down, I believe, in 2019. And these scenes that you're seeing right here are going to go in my Eastern Kentucky Railway video. I'm in the process of producing a video about the EK sub. I shot one of the very last coal trains on the EK, and I believe there were 2 more after the one that I shot, but there has not there hasn't been a coal train on the EK since October of 2016. So this footage is now considered to be somewhat historic, and like I said, you're getting to premiere some of it, preview some of it rather, here at the Kentucky Steam live stream. So while this is playing, I'm going to invite my next guest, Mr. Nick Hovey, to the stage. He comes all the way from Nova Scotia.
Ha! Nova Scotia. I think they call that northwestern Pennsylvania.
Is that it? All right. So we'll let some of this video footage play while we visit here, Nick. I'll switch over so people can see who you are.
All right, that's me. Hi.
So Nick, tell everybody where you're from.
I am from Nova Scotia, apparently. No, northwestern Pennsylvania, Warren County, closer to Erie, north of Pittsburgh.
And
Fancy country.
How did you get involved with Kentucky Steam?
Well, excellent question. I blame that on Jason Subchinski entirely. He's the reason I'm here. He told me about the project. I was working with him on a project in Texas, and we had a bit of a week off to come up here for Railroad Festival, and I got here 2018, I want to say.
Yeah.
And just absolutely fell in love with this place. How could you not? Drayton, you've been around here. You know what it's like. It is just unbelievable. Especially in the morning when the fog's laying here and the sun's just peeking up over the mountains.
Yeah, this is really
This
kind
is
of
a magical place.
This is like the gateway to Eastern Kentucky.
It really is.
It's the beginning of
the
all of
Estill
the
County motto is where the bluegrass kisses the mountains. So
Mhm.
this really is that border between Lexington area and going east into the hills.
And for all that it is, Ravenna is in a valley, and it's really flat, actually.
It really is. Kentucky River's right over there, half a mile or so up against that hillside. And this place, maybe with the exception of Cass, West Virginia, is probably one of the best places in the country, in my opinion, for listening to whistles echo for a long time. Because there are so many little valleys going off of the main valley here. You hear the whistle itself, you hear it bounce off buildings in town, then it bounces off that hillside, then that hillside, and then it goes up all the hollers in a circle around you. Stuff echoes here for going on about 30 seconds or more. It is unbelievable.
I was looking for a title card for you, but I didn't have a title card for you. So.
No, that's okay.
Nick Hovey, for those wondering.
It's on my shirt.
There you go.
or something. Yes.
So, Nick, what are the things about Kentucky Steam that you say that you would love the most about it?
The people. The people really, we have a really solid group of people here. There's not a ton of drama. There's a lot of just good people. We work well together. We get stuff done, and there's a lot of potential here, as you know.
Yeah. Well, and if possible, I'd like to talk a little bit about that potential, because a lot of folks outside of the organization that live in other parts of the country, 2716, when it's restored, will be one of the largest operating steam locomotives in the United States. Sure. And obviously that's our big star. She gets a lot of the attention. However, there's a lot more that goes on at Kentucky Steam, and I was wondering if you could kind of speak to that, what the grand vision of the yard is.
Sure. So this organization really started out as, hey, let's rebuild a steam locomotive. And in looking for a place to do the restoration, Ravenna was one of the sites that came up. And it was just relatively abandoned, trees growing up everywhere. From what Jason was telling me earlier, you couldn't see the shop or the fuel rack even from that dirt road.
Not in the summertime. Yeah.
Which is insane to me. I can't visualize that. And this really kind of became a good home base for the organization. And then it morphed into, well, we can do more here than just rebuild a steam locomotive. This has now turned into an economic redevelopment program for this area that just happens to be centered around steam trains. I mean, as you can see, have you talked about any of this at all?
I haven't talked about the
yard.
The yard yet. No. I'm going to let Nick talk while I switch the camera angle so that you can see more of the yard.
I've been limed by a heist.
Uh-oh. Whoa. He's camera bombing.
So, one of the things that's always kind of been a vision here is how do we turn this campus, 40-some or more acres, I'm terrible with numbers, don't mind me, into a destination, more than just a home base for a steam locomotive? Well, off to my left, there's a newly constructed stage, finishing works taking place on the lawn, where you'll sit and watch concerts. Eventually, there will be a restaurant here, across from the yard office. There's lots of good things in the pipeline.
Beer.
Beer, yes. Restaurant will either be a microbrewery or a micro distillery. Either way, spirits here. It'll be great. Mix that with steam, mix that with the sounds that we have in this valley. As I mentioned, the echoes are phenomenal. It's really going to be a great thing.
So maybe when the brewery's here, people can actually enjoy the spirit of Ravenna.
Everybody seems so chill, but
Thank you. I'm here all weekend, folks. Yeah, and I think that's so important for people to understand, because the other thing is too is the death of the coal industry has really. I'm going to switch over to some B-roll footage while we're talking, because there's some coal trains in this video. But
coal trains here? Are you nuts?
I wish there were 8 years ago.
Yeah.
Not a lot of them.
Yeah.
But the EK subdivision was a mainline railroad. I mean, the whole thing was signaled, all 120 plus miles. I mean, there was another 30 miles south of Hazard that was part of the L&N's EK.
Yeah.
All of it was signaled. There were miles and miles of sidings. In fact, up until about 3 years ago, there were 12 miles of sidings on this railroad.
Yeah.
CTC, dispatcher controlled everything. And now, there's no sidings left. A lot of the railroad has been washed out by some catastrophic flooding. Some of the footage that you're seeing on the screen here now, this is south of Hazard. We're probably 90 miles north of Hazard, something like that. Yeah.
Probably more by rail.
Yeah,
easily
probably more
by rail.
So, with the death of the coal industry, a lot of this region of eastern Kentucky has been affected adversely from it. A lot of jobs that were once prosperous are no more, and so a lot of people in this area are looking for an economic driver of sorts, something to bring either tourism into this area or some other form of economic development. And really, when we looked at Irvine, Ravenna, and we saw the potential of this place, we realized it has to be more than just running a steam locomotive.
Oh, absolutely. We're rapidly passing the days where just running a steam locomotive and running a tourist train is enough to sustain an operation. People don't just go take train rides anymore. It's about having a destination. It's about having events, things to do rather than just go from point A to point B.
Well, and not to mention, you know, back in the 80s and 90s and even before then, there were a lot more Class 1 railroads that were willing to host steam excursions. Today, there's really not anywhere that you can run a locomotive the size of 2716. I mean, there's a few places, but they're far and few and in between.
Yeah.
And certainly not any place that I can think of where a Burke can operate at track speed. You know, the way they were designed
there are
for.
a few, like you said, a few places, but that's about it.
Yeah, yeah. So, you know, there's limitless potential in this area, and, you know, for now, Ravenna is going to be the epicenter of that. You know, with the music venue and concerts, you know, Nick and I were talking, a lot of well-known country music artists are in this area, like
oh my goodness,
Tyler Childers actually lives not too far from here.
Right here in town. His wife is from this town. She grew up here.
And then we've got Sturgill Simpson from just down the tracks in Jackson,
couple
Kentucky,
towns down.
which I did not know this until yesterday from Nick. Sturgill actually worked for the railroad.
Yeah, he worked for Union Pacific. Somewhere in Salt Lake City area, I believe.
There you go, Chad. Chad's about ready to tell us what our next whistles are going to be. Yeah, and then you said he decided that he was done with that.
He was just kind of, from the Joe Rogan interview, from what I remember correctly, it was just he was in a rut, not happy with it. And his wife finally talked him into, hey, let's go back to Nashville. You need to be in the studio.
Yeah.
And look where he's at now.
Yeah, it's amazing to see how far his career has come along in the last decade, and he's got some great albums that I consider classics now.
He's got some great stuff.
Yeah.
Out of the Ashland area, you got Cole Chaney. I don't know if you've heard of him.
No, I'm not familiar.
Look him up. He's really pretty good. There's a few others from around here. Nothing I could. It's been a long day. I've been at this since about 6 o'clock this morning.
Well, your ears are probably ringing at this point.
That too.
Yeah.
That too.
Yeah. It's a lot of fun. I mean,
it is.
But after a while, after you've been doing it all day, you definitely get tired. So, but we're having fun. I think we got at least one more round of whistles.
Yeah.
Beautiful evening here. The sun is beginning to sink down below the horizon. Yeah, I'll definitely. I know you got a couple riders coming from Richmond right now. Actually, that.
Sure.
Okay. Okay. All right, ladies and gentlemen, just to make a quick announcement, the speeders are going to be continuing offering rides. If you'd like a ride on a speeder, rides are $1 while we're sitting around kind of waiting for the next round of whistles. So consider taking a ride. They're a lot of fun. I believe we have an authentic Southern Railway speeder.
We do.
Which I like, you know, Southern.
And the K&T speeder.
We have a K&T speeder.
Yes.
Wow. That puts the wow in wow sound.
It does.
So, yeah, definitely check that out. And, yeah, if you haven't done it yet, make sure you like and subscribe to the live stream. That helps a lot with the YouTube algorithm. You can also go and like and subscribe to Heiss's YouTube channel as well. Yes, and for those of you watching the live stream, his whistle was blown in the last round. It was the number 6 whistle. So if you want to rewind it, go back and check that out. So we have 93 viewers watching right now. Earlier today we had over 225. So make sure you hit that like button so we can get to 300 likes, and hopefully the YouTube algorithm will like me again. So, about ready to announce the next round of whistles. Mr. Harpool, in his hieroglyphic handwriting, is about to hand me the sheet. Let's see if I can make him out. Okay, after this round, this is the next to the last round. So after this, there will be one more round of whistles. After this round, the silent auction is over. So if you want to participate in the silent auction, head on over to the tables over here. There's some amazing stuff, great railroad signs, wall art. You got some items that were donated by NS. Shout out to NS. And yeah, be sure to check that out. Lots of great stuff. So Nick, while we're here, this is some of the footage from 2016 that shows what the shop used to look like.
With no track.
No track.
Is this after the trees were cut?
No, this was just in the spring.
Oh, okay.
So there were
okay.
no leaves or anything. And
Everything was defoliated.
Yeah, yeah. So it looked a lot less bad is what it did. There we go. Now
oh yeah, okay.
It's kind of caught up to us here, but yeah. So this is kind of what we were looking at. Hey guys. Hey guys, really quick, let's announce what the whistles are so everybody knows what we got on the manifold. What's that? Number 1, you just heard Florida East Coast 3-chime that came off of U.S. Sugar, number 148. Number 1 is Southern 6-chime, one of only 5 known. So that one's extremely rare. We've got a Hancock Short Bell 3-chime on number 2. On number 3, we have a CN 5-chime. Number 4, we have a 6-inch Lukenheimer. Number 5, we have a high-tone Great Western whistle. I'm interested to hear that one.
Yeah.
Number 6, we've got a Southern Pacific Desert Chime whistle. Nice to have an out west railroad represented here. And then we've got on number 7 a Mopac. No idea what that is. 3-chime.
Medium 3-chime.
Medium 3-chime. Then on number 8 we have Nick's favorite railroad on earth, the Pennsylvania Railroad. Remember, they may have been the standard, but all other railroads were deluxe. Number 9, Nathan 5-chime. So here we go. Let's hear those whistles.
You had to. Couldn't help yourself.
exactly where the tunnel is. I've been to that tunnel. I've got no clue that's what the gas in the side of the tunnel is from. So I plan on going there. I'm going to get a video of it. You'll know where it's at. 3 miles from Momtown. Easy to get to. Let's get a ride up that range. Like 10, 15 years ago. Okay. Good friend of mine practiced up there. So he got me a ride in the SC-70 going through that tunnel. Nick, you have the silver paint on. I know. Yeah, that's me too. I got to get back up in the live stream real quick. But we'll talk to you later.
Silent auction is closed, and for anybody that bids to come over to the area. I mean,
All right, if I could get everybody's attention, the silent auction is now closed. And if you put a bid in on any of the items, the table back here, head on over to the table next to the Country Boy booth and see if you want anything. All right, for our online viewers, I'm going to give a preview of our next YouTube video. This is on the Delay in Block channel.
So, you know how your phone
All right, everybody, enjoy. I'll give you a preview here of this video.
Welcome to Birmingham. Often called the Pittsburgh of the South, Birmingham is Alabama's second largest city and the state's busiest rail terminal. By the 20th century, it had become a major industrial center thanks to rich deposits of iron ore, coal, and limestone, the key materials for steel making. Railroads were vital in transporting these resources, and Birmingham grew around its major industrial complexes like Sloss Furnaces and Ensley Works. While its industrial prominence faded in the 1960s and 70s, some coal mining remains, and the city's economy has diversified. Birmingham is now a major banking center and home to 2 Fortune 500 companies, Regions Financial and Vulcan Materials. Railroads like Norfolk Southern, CSX, and BNSF still play a critical role by serving local industries and operating major classification yards. Birmingham was also the epicenter of Southern Railway's steam program. Thanks to Southern and later Norfolk Southern, many historic steam locomotives ran through the Magic City, including Flying Scotsman during its 1969 U.S. tour. This video is sponsored by Hattons of London, specialist in rare and exclusive coins. Celebrate 100 years since the naming of Flying Scotsman with the release of this world-first range of 22-karat gold sovereign coins. Click the link in the description to get yours now from just $89. Or secure the more exclusive double sovereign in the range and receive a piece of the authentic Flying Scotsman boiler tube, so you can actually own your very own piece of Britain's most famous locomotive. On March 22, 2024, we visited the city and surrounding area to document trains on CSX and Norfolk Southern lines, beginning our day south of Birmingham near Calera. The first train we saw was M521, a Nashville to New Orleans manifest freight with 2 AC 4400s, bracketing a rebuilt EMD SD70 Mac, now classified as an
All right, our YouTube viewers are getting a sneak peek at the next Delay in Block video. They're getting to watch it before it's released. But before we get to the next round of whistles, We wanted to give a quick shout out to all of the Kentucky Steam volunteers here this weekend that have made this event possible. We know that there are people who have driven a long, long way to participate in this event and help us get it set up. Folks who brought speeders, guys who helped set up the scaffolding here for the whistles, the guys that helped set up the audio equipment, the tents. I want to give a shout out to Country Boy Brewing as well for being here. Shout out to Evan for managing the silent auction and also for helping get this media trailer set up. I want to also thank the guys up in the cab of the locomotive for all that they've done, you know, manning the number 85. And I also want to give a shout out to Barney, both of the Gramlings. John and Barney, thank you guys for all of your support through the years, for helping us with these events. We really, really appreciate you guys, and seriously, we would not be able to do what we do without you guys. So here pretty soon, we're going to have our final round of the whistle blow, and Chad's going to give me a list of all the whistles that are going to be blown here shortly. So for the online viewers, we're going to go back to the video that you're getting a sneak peek of, and then we'll go back to the final round of the whistles. And Chad, do we have any lights, any flashlights or anything that we could shine on those whistles by chance?
I've got 2 studio lights.
Oh man, Heist came prepared. He's got 2 studio lights. Excellent. All right, we're going to go back to the YouTube video for you guys watching online because there's not a whole lot going on right now.
While M521 was working Vulcan, local train L677 pulled out of Calera Yard and headed north to work several industries in the area. After our quick visit to Calera, we made our way up to Birmingham, where we were in for a parade of trains downtown. The CSX Boyles Terminal Subdivision and Norfolk Southern's AGS South District run parallel here, so there's always an abundance of traffic to be seen between the 2 main lines. Our first train in Birmingham was train G501, an as-needed Hopkinsville, Kentucky to Talladega, Alabama loaded grain train. Note all the pigeons looking for their next meal atop one of the covered hoppers. It looks like someone forgot to batten down the hatches. Looking west from Rainbow Bridge, one can see Amtrak's Birmingham Station. Built by the L&N and opened in 1960, all that remains from the L&N era are the station platforms. The building itself was never used by Amtrak and was demolished in the early 2000s. Amtrak moved into a new building constructed next to the station platforms in 2018. The state-of-the-art facility also serves Greyhound and intercity bus passengers. Birmingham Station is currently served by only one train, Amtrak's Crescent, a long-distance passenger train running between New York City to New Orleans. After G501 cleared, we saw Manifest M524 approaching in the distance. This northbound train is a daily manifest that runs from Mobile, Alabama to Nashville, Tennessee. If you look closely under the overpass, you can see two NS trains waiting for their turns through the junction. M524 works at Flomaton, Varnon, Montgomery, and Birmingham en route to the Music City. With so many stops in Alabama, this train always has a variety of rail cars in tow. From tank cars to hoppers, both open and covered, gondolas, boxcars, center beams, and coil cars, it's truly a smorgasbord of freight. Leading the train was CSX Tier 4 GEVO number 3271. It was part of an early order of ET-44s from General Electric. Its boxy exhaust, as opposed to the modern sloped exhaust, is a key spotting feature. The design was changed by GE shortly after production began in order to solve clearance issues at coal and grain loadouts.
Connecting the cities of Winchester and Hazard, Kentucky, the EK subdivision of CSX Transportation is nearly 120 miles long. Sections were built in the early 1890s by Fallen Flags, with the Louisville and Nashville Railroad completing the route in 1912 between Jackson and McRoberts. The EK gave the old reliable access to the rich coal fields of eastern Kentucky, where it competed head-on with the Chesapeake and Ohio. In 1916, a newer, straighter, and more forgiving alignment was completed between Irvine and Winchester, replacing the Rhiney B out of Versailles, which featured challenging grades up to 1.7%. Although the ruling grade on the new line was reduced to just 0.4%, 2 massive trestles had to be built, which were among the longest and highest in the entire L&N system. This bridge over Howard Creek is 2,100 feet long and 225 feet high. Today, there are 3 principal yards located on the eastern Kentucky sub. At the northwest terminus is the Y-shaped patio yard where the EK and CC subs connect. The CC is part of the original L&N main line between Cincinnati, Ohio and Atlanta, Georgia. EK crews are based here. 29 miles from Patio are the communities of Irvine and Ravenna, the location of a large yard that was once the epicenter of the L&N and CSX EK sub operations for over 100 years. This aerial footage was recorded in March of 2016, showing the yard completely empty. Due to a steady decline in coal traffic, CSX closed the car shop and fuel facility in 2000. 3 years later, 16 tracks were removed from Ravenna Yard, leaving only 4. In 2016, coal trains were operating over the EK on an as-needed basis. Much of the line was mothballed in October of that year, with trains using former C&O trackage to access the many mines south of Hazard. At the southeastern end of the EK is Hazard Yard. Trains enter the yard from the north by going through a curved tunnel between Combs and Hazard. The only equipment you're guaranteed to see at the yard are stored cabooses. These iconic rail cars are primarily used as shoving platforms for mine runs that have to back long distances into coal loadouts. Completed in 1949, the L&N extended its Rockhouse Creek branch an additional 17 miles from Blackie to Dean, where a large coal mine, also served by the C&O, was opened. The 2 railroads never interchanged, with both lines dead-ending there. Over 3 subsequent decades, the EK saw an average of 6 loaded and 6. All right, ladies and gentsets, boys and gevos, we're about to announce the last round of the whistle blow. And on manifold number 1, or actually number 0, the left end, we have Florida East Coast 148, which I honestly think might be my favorite whistle from this entire event. Then on number 1, we have a Southern 6 chime. On numero 2, we have a Hancock short bell 3 chime. I think this says an N-O-N-E. Is that what that is, Chad? I have no idea what that is. Oh, there's none on number 3. No whistle on number 3. On number 4, we have a Southern Railway PS4. And on number 7, we have a 6-inch hooter. Let's hear it, guys.
All right. That is going to conclude the 2024 Kentucky Steam Whistle Blow. We want to thank everybody for coming out here and attending the event. I want to give a big thank you to Mr. Larry Evans, Ernie Clay, and Jameson Kahn. This is their manifold, and they graciously allowed us to use it for the event the past several years. So we literally could not do this without them. Of course, the Gramblings with their steam locomotive here that has been such a huge blessing to us here at Kentucky Steam, being able to have a live steam locomotive here on the property. Shout out to all of the guys in that hot locomotive cab who have been keeping the boiler pressure up for us all day today so that we can blow these whistles. Shout out to Heist for the awesome studio lights here for this last evening session. Appreciate you coming out here, and just everybody in general. Thanks for attending. Thanks for supporting our organization. We would not be able to do what we do without your support. If you're not a member of Kentucky Steam, I'd encourage you to become one. It's always wonderful to have more membership, and we're always looking for more volunteers. So anyway, thanks again for coming, everybody. We really appreciate all of you. Yaka.
Buena maca mega yaka.
Ah, cool. Where did Evan go?
Ridership in 2023 was 44,170, with 32,738 riders boarding at Birmingham. Powering the train was Siemens ALC 42, number 328, and P42DC number 13. It was interesting to see Amtrak's latest motive power and the old guard General Electric working together to pull the train. The Siemens Charger locomotives are not well liked by Amtrak crews for performance issues, which is likely why the P42 tagged along. Norfolk Southern is the Crescent's host railroad throughout the entire state, with Amtrak's on-time performance at just 57%. After the conductor threw the switch from the main to the station track, the engineer eased the train forward for boarding. Unlike the uniform consists seen on Amtrak's Superliner-equipped trains in the western United States, the Eastern long-distance single-level trains operate with a mix of Amfleet and Viewliner cars. As the Crescent was stopped at Birmingham Station, we saw CSX intermodal train I-129 slowly creeping by on the Boyles Terminal subdivision. I-129 is a daily train from Bedford Park, Illinois to Fairburn, Georgia, stopping to work at Boyles Yard north of Birmingham. Note the autonomous track geometry boxcar behind the locomotives. Over the past several years, CSX has been experimenting with these boxcars to measure track conditions as opposed to using a dedicated train.